Hello everyone, welcome to the web development course. This course module is divided into two parts. The first one is the front end development and the second one is the back end development. In the front end development we will be using HTML, CSS and the JavaScript. In the back end we will be using PHP and some databases. HTML is used for creating the web pages and CSS is used for adding designs to them, and JavaScript is used for making web pages interactive, and the final PHP is used for the backend operations like calling the server, adding the data into the database, retrieving the data, deleting the data. After the completion of this whole course, you will be able to design a complete website, an interactive website through HTML, CSS and the JavaScript. And you also will be able to add the data in the database, retrieve the data and delete the data from the database through PHP. In this whole course we will be using only two tools here. For the HTML, CSS and the JavaScript I will be using any code editor like Notepad, Notepad++, Sublime, Atom, and for the backend we'll be using XAMPP or WAMP server. The course we will be covering in this web development course is consisting of 27 lectures. So here is the list of web development course content. First of all, we have these 4 lectures of HTML, and then we have CSS lectures here. Then we will be covering JavaScript. Then we will be covering PHP here, and in the last we will be covering databases. Now I'm going to Google and I will show you the project we will be covering. So this is the project we will be covering in this whole course. Like, this is the website we will be building there. This is the main page of the website. This is shop section, team section and the contact section here. This is the footer of the website and this is the header of the website here. We will be also making all these stuff. So if you go to shop section and you are filling your name like Hashir, and this is my address 1 PO, and if I'm clicking on this buy button, so the details are added in the database. If I'm going to XAMPP and I'm going to admin panel here, you will see the database is here. So this is my database and this is my data table here. So you see here there is ID 13 with Hashir and the address we have entered there, you can see here, is added here. I'm going back and I'm going to admin panel. I'm entering username and password. So you see here we have shown the data here on this website page. The 13th number we have entered there, right? If I'm clicking on this remove button, the record ID with 13 is deleted. If I'm going back, you can see here the 13th element is deleted from here. So we will be covering all this stuff in this course here. Welcome to the web development course. In this very first lecture, we will be covering what is HTML and what is CSS. and how to download and install IDE for them. So what is HTML and what is CSS? HTML is Hypertext Markup Language. It's a markup language, not a programming language, as we have programming languages like Java, Python. These markup languages are used for the web development purpose, for the creation of the web pages or the websites. So we can say that HTML is the markup language which is used for the creation of the web pages or the websites, and CSS is the cascading style sheet which is used to add styles in the HTML elements for the beauty of the website. So if you can go to Google and you can type Facebook sign up. So why I am giving this example? Because it is one of the mostly used website, because everyone uses the Facebook. So you can see here this is the combination of the HTML and the CSS and the JavaScript, but we will be focusing on HTML and the CSS for now. You can see the text here, like these input fields and the text here, and these buttons are creation of the HTML, and the styles we are adding here, like this background color blue and this background color of, and this background color of button green, and the alignment like this whole div or this whole column is aligned in the center, and these are aligned on the right side, and this Facebook is aligned on the left side. So all this alignment and the styling is added in the CSS. So if you left click here and click on inspect, you can see the HTML and the CSS here. So all these divs are heading, you can see here this heading and this script, all this stuff is HTML, like you can see links here. On the other hand, if you are clicking on this, like this whole, and inspect here, you can see the CSS properties here, the styles here, like the font family, background color, height, display in block, and all this. So this is all about HTML and CSS. For HTML and CSS ID, I will be going on Google and I will be typing Sublime Text Editor, and download text editor from this website. It doesn't need much more time to download. It's about like 10 to 20 MB file, .exe file, and it is one of the easy to install application. So we are waiting for the Sublime to download. Now install the application. Just click next and install. One of the easiest way to install any code editor. So I'm finishing. So go to menu and type Sublime. You will be able to see your text editor. So in this lecture we have covered the introduction of HTML and CSS, and we also have downloaded the IDE for them. Welcome back everyone. In this lecture we will be studying the creating and the formatting of HTML. So open up your Sublime Text Editor go to file section and create a new file. Whenever we start writing code, we are always starting with doc type tag. So this is the informative tag we are using for defining the document type. So I have defined document type as HTML. Then we have HTML tag, all the data which we will be writing between HTML tag. HTML tag is divided into two subtags. One is head tag, which is used for the head section of the website, and in this head tag we have title tag used for the title of the website. So this is all the stuff for the head tag. Now the second section is called body tag. All the other data, all the other tags will be coming here inside the body section. So this is the basic formation of HTML and the creation of HTML. So if you don't want to write all this, and so this is the basic creation of HTML and the formatting of HTML. So I have an easy way to start this creation, this formatting. Select all, cut all this and save your file. So I'm saving my file is index.html. So always save your file as .html file because it is the extension of .html. So whenever you save your file with .html, it will be visible to your browser. Otherwise it will be like text file or something else files. So you have to always save your file with .html extension, and always use word index. Always use your main file with index name, because when we are uploading we have to name our main file as index file, because server got the name of HTML file is index file is the main file. So save your file with index.html as a main file. So I'm saving here. Now you don't have to write all the tags, just type starting and HTML and click on this. So this is the beauty of Sublime Text Editor. You don't have to write all the tags, just start tag, then type HTML and then click on that. All the things, all the basic formation of the HTML will be there for you. This is the basic creation and the formatting of HTML. In upcoming lecture we will be giving title to our website and we will be covering the basic tags of HTML. Thank you. In this lecture we have studied how to create the HTML and the basic formatting of HTML. In the upcoming lecture we will be studying the basic tags of HTML. Welcome back. In this lecture we will be studying the basic tags of HTML. The first basic tag of HTML is header tag. So header tag is used for the head part of the website or the upper part of the website, like navigation menus, like website name, its tagline, its navigation from one page to another page, And second tag is footer tag, which is used at the end of the website for the reference purpose, like we are using copyright and all that, and other links, social media links, we will be adding in the footer part. So in the header tag I'm using div tag. Basically div is the division or the section. Basically div defines the section or the division in the HTML document. In the CSS, div is mostly used for the styling purpose. Like if I want to add some colors on the two to three paragraphs, I will be adding all 2 to 3 paragraphs inside a div and adding styles to the div. So I don't need to style every tag differently. I just need to drop all these tags inside the div. So div is the division or the section of the HTML document. Then there comes headings. Headings are from H1 to H6 descendingly depending upon their size. H1 is for the larger size, up to H6 is for the smaller size. So I'm using H1 for my website title called Shoefly, and H2 a smaller size than H1 for my website tagline. The words most comfortable shoes. Then H3, which is smaller than H2 and H1, bring power to your steps. So these are the headings from H1 to H3 I have used here. You can use up to H6 depending upon your need. So H1 has larger size than H2 and H3, so we can see here. I'm saving and showing you. So you can see H1 has larger size than H2 and H3, and same goes for H2. H2 has larger size than H3, and we can add up to H6 as per our need. And in the footer part I'm adding P tag, which is called paragraph tag. I'm adding alright reserves. I'm adding these tags which is usually used on the website's footer side. So P tag is called paragraph tag, so I'm enclosing this tags text inside the P tag. Let's look at this, how it differ. So we will be adding styles to these later on. In this lecture we have studied the basic tags of HTML, and in the upcoming lecture we will be studying HTML forms. Welcome back. In this lecture we will be studying the creation of HTML form and the tags or the elements which are needed for the creation of HTML form. Go to file section, create a new file, save this file to the folder we have created for our project, and save this as register.html. So I'm giving the basic tags here, the syntax of HTML, and inside the body section I'm creating form. So I'm using form tag. Basically, form tag is used for the creation of HTML forms. Input tag. So basically, type describes which type of input is this. Either it is text or number or password. And name, for example, we have any need to access this input, then we can access through this tag's name. So this is text and its name is name. So this is name input tag, and placeholder is the hint for the actual value, for the expected value. So expected value must be hint that it must be a name. So I am giving name inside the placeholder. So let's see. If we refresh, our register page, here we go, you can add. So this, you can see the name, this is the placeholder, this is the hint for the input that you have to enter your name here. I am adding another one, input, type text, name username, and placeholder as username. So this is the same type text field. I am entering another field with type password, name, same password, and placeholder is also password. So before this, you can add here input type text, name, email. So we were missing email here, and placeholder as email. So this is input is for confirm password, so its type is password. I'm giving this tag name is confirm password, and placeholder as confirm password. And the last input tag is type of number, and name is age, placeholder is also age. So I am adding button tag here and naming it submit. So I'm saving it and refreshing my page. Let's see. So name, username, email, password, confirm password, and your age, the integer number. So they all are coming in a single line. We can break them through BR tag. BR tag actually breaks. We can add BR tag after every input type tag. And the last one on the age. Let's see. So they all are coming on a different rows now. If I am submitting this form doesn't show me any error that you haven't put data inside the name inside the username, email, password and all that. So for this I just have to add required here. So I am copying this. So for this I just need to add required here. So I'm copying this required and pasting inside all inputs. After saving, let's see what happened. So if I am submitting, you can see it's showing an error that please fill out this field. If I am filling this field, for example my name is FFF, and then I am submitting, then on the username it's showing me an error, please fill out this form. If I am submitting after entering name, this will be showing an error that please fill out this field. I am entering here my username is Hami. So after submitting, so we have to fill all these fields, and at the last we have to fill age field. So I can't fill any text here, I can just enter any number here. After submitting, then it's submitting, otherwise this was showing an error. In this lecture we have created the HTML form, and in the upcoming lecture we will be adding some styles on HTML elements. Welcome back. In this lecture we will be covering internal CSS. There are three types of CSS: inline, internal and external. So we will be discussing internal CSS in this lecture. So this is the header of our website. We will be adding some properties of background in this header. So first of all, for internal CSS we have to add style tag here, and all the CSS properties will be within this style tag. Dot background, this is the name of the class, and curly brackets. Dot is used for the class, and this is the class name, so we can access here in the header section like class and class name. So this dot defines that it is a class. We will be discussing difference between class and ID in the upcoming lectures. So I'm adding background properties here. Background size, so its size will be like cover size, and background image will be, I'm giving URL here. So for the URL you have to go and so I have to add URL here. I'm adding. It's always a good practice to make a folder for the images. I have created this folder and paste the background image. in this folder. So this image is named as back and its type is JPG file. So I will be adding it's in images folder slash back, its name and its extension or its file type JPG, and I'm saving it. If I have this background image in the same folder where my index.html file is stored, so I don't have any need to go through this slash images slash back.jpg. I will directly write back.jpg like in this way, but my image is stored in the images, so it's compulsory to add images slash back to go to that folder and pick that background image. Background position, so I'm giving this as center, and the minimum height I'm giving is 100. I'm also adding property for HTML and body height 100%. There isn't any need of adding dot here because they are the tags. You can add CSS properties with these tags without adding any dot or class identity or any ID identity. You just need to type the tag name, then property name and property value. Like I'm giving height 100% to the body and HTML. So whenever any tag of HTML and body is occurring, it will automatically give height to 100%. Let's see. So we can add more properties like text white, color white. This is the color property which will make the text as a white. I will be adding this here, class as a text white. Let's see. So text is white color. I want to change the font of the whole HTML or the whole body, so I will be adding font family property here, font family, and I'm giving Arial. Arial is a font, so let's see. So you can see it's changing. We have added color property here. So now I just want this text to be here, like in front of these shoes. So I will be adding another class naming as float left class dot float left, and giving this class position as absolute top 30% and left 0%. So this will give this whole text position as absolute. Absolute means it will be according to this div. So as this div changes, its position will be changing. So it's 30% from the top and 0 from the left. Let's see.
So in this lecture we have covered inline CSS, and in the upcoming lecture we will be covering inline CSS. Welcome back. In this lecture we will be covering inline CSS.
So we have uploaded an image. So I want this text to be on the right. I want to add some spaces from the left side, so the text will be looking beautiful. For inline CSS, we had to add style, and inside the style, property name and then its value. Like I'm adding padding. Padding is property name and its value is like I'm giving 30 pixels. So you can see the changes here. So basically what padding is, so if I have this screen, and then this div, this is the content. So this is the main content, this is div, and this is the main screen, the whole screen. So this is the margin and this is the padding. This is the main concept of padding and the margin. The space between the tag or the element and the content is called padding, and the space between the tag and the another tag or the tag and the screen is called margin. So this is called margin, and this is called padding.
So in this lecture we have covered inline CSS, and in the upcoming lecture we will be covering the last, external CSS.
Welcome back. In this lecture we will be discussing about external CSS. So go to file section and create a new file and save this file in the same folder where you have saved your HTML file. So I'm saving here with style name. As we have used .html extension for HTML, we will be using .css extension for CSS file. So you don't have to do anything, it's same like the internal CSS, but the main difference is that the internal CSS is within this style tag and within the same file, but in the external CSS we are adding the styles in the external file or another file. So for example, I'm adding p tag here. Now I'm adding anchor tag. What anchor tag do is it will divert you to another page, to another section, to the same page or to the same section. So I'm adding nothing here, and inside this anchor tag I'm writing shop now. Inside these both closing and the starting of anchor tag, you just have to give here the path of the page where you want to divert, but I am not giving here. So let's see. So shop now is here, but I want this to be look like button and in a particular regular shape. I want to give this a button shape and a beautiful shape. So I will be adding class here, the class name, will be button, and I'm saving here. So in the external CSS I have to give this dot button and then the properties here. I'm giving this button background color, so this is the hexadecimal color you can choose from the internet. Border none, no any border, and the color means the text color white, text align center, so text must be in center, and padding 15 pixel and 32 pixel. So the first 15 pixels are the padding of top and bottom, and 32 is the padding of right and the left. Text decoration none. So there are different types of text decoration you can add. Display inline block, so inline grid, inline table, there are different types. So I'm adding inline block, so the text will be in a single line with a block structure. So if you are adding inline grid, it will be in a grid type, like divided into columns. Inline table, it will be in the table form. I'm adding inline block here, so the text will be in a single line. Font size 16 pixels, border radius 12 pixels. Basically border radius will convert the structure into the circular form. Up to how much pixels you want to convert your button into a circular form. So I'm giving 12 pixels, margin four pixel top bottom, 2 pixel left right, cursor, pointer. So you can add progress also, but I am adding pointer, so your cursor will be like pointer. I'm saving this. So let's see. Now we have added external CSS, but we haven't connected the external CSS with the HTML. So we have to connect through the link tag. You can connect any external file. It can be CSS file, it can be bootstrap file. So I am connecting my external file through this link. But remember, your link tag must be in the head section. Href means the reference. I'm adding style dot css, my file name and its extension here, and saving this. Let's see. So you can see now. So these corners are the border radius. We have given the 12 pixels. So you can see the beauty of CSS here. I also want to add some properties in the footer tag, in the footer part of our website. So going to the external CSS dot center text align center. So I'm aligning the text into the center. Black background color black, and the font color means color white. I also want to add padding 24 pixels. So padding 24 pixels. All these classes will be added to the footer. I am adding all these classes in footer tag. So the first class black, center and padding 24. So these were the classes we had added there. I'm saving this and let's see what changes to our footer. So you can see now the background is changes to black and text is aligned to center, and we have 24 pixel padding from all the sides. So in this lecture we have covered the last type of CSS, the external CSS. Now in the upcoming lecture we will be covering Bootstrap grid system. Welcome back. In this lecture we will be covering Bootstrap and its grid system. Before starting coding, I will tell you what is Bootstrap. So go to Google and type Bootstrap. So basically Bootstrap is one of the famous framework of web design. So basically Bootstrap is one of the famous framework of CSS which is used for styling purpose. It is used for building your website quick, responsive websites. Responsive website means it doesn't depend upon your screen size. Means if you are opening your website in smaller screen, it may not changes its layout. It must be responsive and it must be like going through all screen sizes. It must not be filtering here and there. So we will be using Bootstrap. First of all, I will be clicking on this Bootstrap main website and then clicking on this get started. Now first of all, I have to copy this CSS file link here and paste it in my this index.html. So I'm pasting it here inside this head section. Control V. There isn't any need of like adding this. I'm saving it. So now you can use your Bootstrap classes here inside this body because you have this reference link here.
So we have done this like this styling in the previous lecture. Now we will be adding some Bootstrap properties here. So for adding Bootstrap property, go to your index.html file. I am adding comment here for better understanding. This is called theme section. So now first of all I will be adding a div here and I will be giving this div class as fluid container. Basically this is the Bootstrap class we are giving. So we have given the link here of the Bootstrap file. Now we will be using Bootstrap classes here. This is the fluid container class which is used for containing the element in a particular fixed size. And another thing I will be using here, I am giving the custom class we have created in this, like in this style.css, which is center. This center class will align your text center. So I'm giving here center. I am adding styles here like padding 100 pixels from each side. Now I'm adding ID here, giving this ID as team. We will be using this ID in the upcoming lectures. So now this is the basic div in which all elements will be added. Now for adding the title of this section, I will be using header 2. In this header 2 I will be writing our team. I want to make this our team to be look like bold, so I will be adding style here. Style name is font weight and it will be bold. Now I'm adding heading 4 here, key features of our team. I'm saving this and refreshing this page. So you see here, this is our team section and key features of our team with 100 pixel padding from all these 4 sides. Now I will be adding br tag here, another br tag for spacing, and now I will be using div here. I'm giving this class as call sm4. Basically this is the Bootstrap class call sm4 Call is stand for column, SM is for small, and 4 is for its size. So I have an image which will describe the concept of columns in Bootstrap. So this whole is a row. This whole is a class row. A row is consisting of 12 columns. Okay, so it's up to you how you divide your row into columns. You can divide into 3 columns, or you can divide into like this 2 columns of 6 6, or only a single column of 12 width. So it's up to you. Basically a whole row is consisting of 12 columns. So this whole div will contain 4 upon 12 part of 12 columns. Before adding this, I will be adding here div class row. This row class is also a bootstrap class which will convert your whole div into a particular row. I will be like cutting this from here and adding here, so that all the columns we are adding here must be inside this row. So it's necessary to add a row div class row first and then the div class columns. So I have an image which will describe the concept of columns in Bootstrap. Now I am adding heading 2 here for the name of the team member. So my name is Harshi Rahman, and then I will be adding paragraph tag here. In this paragraph we have to tell the title of the team member, like I am the CEO and founder. Adding another paragraph tag here. Inside this I will be telling my qualifications like masters in software, and in the last paragraph tag I will be adding email here. My email is hashirosam765@gmail.com. I want to see this paragraph tag, this designation, to be like in a gray color, so I will be adding a style here. Dot title, color means text color, in a gray. I am saving it, and I will be adding class here which we have created there as title. I'm saving it and let's refresh. So you see here we have added text align center, so they all are in center, and then I have added gray color to this title or the designation. So I will be copying this whole div, no need to write again and again. I'm pasting it twice here. I will be changing some text here, like I will be changing this name. This is Mike Rose, and this title is art director. So its qualification is PhD in art and design, and its email is like we are giving Mike 123. It's a rough email, so I'm saving it. John, and its title is so designer, like I'm giving 13 plus years of experience, and I'm giving this email here, John Darktree at gmail.com. I'm saving it, and let's see the changes here. So you see it's looking better now. So this is the Bootstrap grid system and its beauty. So we have covered Bootstrap and its grid system. In the upcoming lecture we will be covering list and its type and how to convert a list into a navigation bar. Welcome back. In this lecture we will be covering list and its type and how to convert a list into a navigation bar. There are two types of list, unordered list and ordered list. Ordered list is a list which is in ordered or in particular pattern, like in Roman numbers or in natural numbers. An unordered list is the list which is in unordered form. I am adding this list here because we will be converting this list into navigation bar. So this navigation bar must be on the top of the header. So UL for the unordered list and OL for the ordered list. I am using UL here. Both UL and OL means ordered list and unordered list consist of list of items, means LI. Home, shop, about, team, and contact. So and the last one is register. So these are the items I have added for the navigation bar. So they are in unordered form. So this is the basic creation of list. If I am converting this unordered list into ordered list, then let's see what happens. So you can see the changes here. The list is in ordered form, in numeric form, but we need this list in unordered form for the navigation. Now we will be adding some styles in this list so that it can be converted into navigation list. I want if this home tab is clicked, it will navigate to the home section. If shop tab is clicked, it will navigate to shop section. So I will be adding anchor, so I am adding anchor tag here. I have to put this home inside anchor tag. In the home section, it will navigate to home. So this is the reference of home. I will be adding all we have to do same for all of these. Add anchor tag in the remaining tabs. So I have made changes in all these. I have added anchor tag in all these list of items. If we click on the tab, it will navigate to its own section. Like if we are clicking on home, it will divert us towards home section. So I'm saving this. I will be adding style in this list of item. Float, this time right side. I will be adding another list item, which is the name of the website, Shoefly. So we can give this as a class. I want this title to be look like these tabs, but I don't want this title to be diverted when I click on this. I can add class here as a company name. Whenever we are styling any tag, to start with dot and then like class name, we just need to type the tag name. So I'm styling this unordered list into the navigation. So first of all I will style this unordered list in CUL here in the style tag. So type UL and start styling it. I'm giving this margin 0, padding 0 with 0, background color. In the background color we can write like green or blue or yellow, but I have a hexadecimal number. We can pick this hexadecimal number from Google color themes, or you can say color hexadecimal code. So you just need to go there. Now I will be using overflow hidden. So basically what is overflow? So this is the style which is used for data hiding. Data hiding means when we have data in exceed limit, means beyond the limit. Whenever we have data crossing the limits, so we want to hide that data. Now list style type means which type of list it is. Like we want to show this list in a vertical form or in a dotted form or in a numeric form. So I don't want this to be in a list because we are converting this into a navigation bar. So I'm giving this none. I'm saving this. So you can see here you can see here. So this is the unordered list. We have converted this unordered list into this form. Now we will be adding more things to look like a navigation bar. So we have done with unordered list. Now we are moving to these list items, list elements. So first of all, I want these list items to be float on left. Float is used for moving your data or your content towards particular direction. So I can give it here like float right, float center, but I need float left, so I'm giving a float left. So we can move these items towards left. Now you can see inside the list item there is an anchor tag, and inside this anchor we have navigation items name like home, shop, team and all that. So we will be writing like list of item and then anchor tag, because our data are our navigation bar item and their name are inside the anchor tag. So we have to give a proper tags here, list of item with anchor tag. Okay, so I want text to be center, so I will be giving text align as center. We can make it like left, right, it's up to you. So I'm using text align center. I want text to be in the center, and color of the text is white, like we are adding text color white. Text decoration, but it styles your text, means like you can underline your text, you can give a line between the text, and you can add line through the text. So I'm giving this like, well, I don't want to style my text like underline, line through, between and all this stuff. I'm giving padding 14 pixels, from 14 pixels top and bottom, and 16 pixels left and right. So we just have one thing more to add. I'm adding the last property in this list item, which is display. So we can display our list items into different styles, like in a list, inline means in a single line, on a different line. For on different line we will be using block. So we want our navigation item to be on a different line, in a sense that they will be, each element will be treated as a different, so they will be not like in a combined section. If we are click on a one navigation item, the all navigation item will be clicked. So this is not the scene we want. We want each element to be different, so we are using display as a block. So each list item will be in a block, in a different block. Let's see, I'm saving this and refreshing this. So you see, like these each element are treated as a different block. We want to add the same property in shoe fly.
which were on these navigation items like home, shop, and I have given this class name as I don't need to write extra classes or extra styles for this. I will be adding like comma and the class name here. So this is company name. So I'm adding company name here. We can assign this style to different classes. If you want to add these styles to any other classes, you can add the classes name here, and you can see the changes here, because this was like going upside the website. In this lecture, we have covered list and its type and how to convert a list into a navigation bar. In the upcoming lecture, we will be covering hover and the focus property on the navigation bar. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will be covering hover and the focus property on the navigation bar. Welcome back. So in the previous lecture, we covered how to convert a list into a navigation bar. So in this lecture, we will be covering hover property and the focus property. Basically, what is hover? So whenever we are putting our mouse in air on some tab, on some text, so it changes its property. Like I'm coming up and like putting my mouse on air on this main.html or this index.html. So like you can see a little bit of text there. It is showing my path of this folder or this file. So they are using the hover property here. So I want my list of items changing their properties whenever we are hovering on them. List of item, and then anchor tag as we used in the previous properties, and then colon hover. So this shows list of item, and inside list of item there is an anchor tag which contains our these menu tabs, and then hover means whenever we hover on them, what actions they will do. So I want my text color to be black whenever I hover on these navigation tabs, and background color to be, for this background color I will be getting my hexadecimal color from the Google, so that you can understand it better. Go to Google, type color picker, so you can pick any color from this, or you can type hexadecimal color here and you will see your hexadecimal color here. But if you want this color and this variant like this, so you can got its hexadecimal from here, but I want this color as a background color, so I will be adding this color and saving it. So let's see what changes occur here. F5 for refreshing. So you can see whenever I hover on these tabs, they are changing the background color and the color of the text. Now I'm adding
focus property. Focus property is same like hover. In hover we were putting our mouse in here and our tabs were changing their properties, but in the focus property, after clicking they will be changing their properties. So I'm adding color as like white, same, and background color green. So I'm saving it and let's see. So this is the same hover property, but this is the property what I am talking about. Like we have clicked on the navigation tab and it's changing it color. This is the focus property, means this is the current tab, you can say. So that's all for today's lecture, and we will be covering how to add images in the HTML. See you soon. In this lecture we have covered focus and the hover property on the navigation bar. Welcome back everyone. In this lecture we will be covering how to add images in a web page. So this is the web page. So in this our team section I want to add images of founder, art designer and designer. So I will be going in this section, the team section. I want to add image before the name. For adding image you have to type img tag. This is for the image tag. img stands for image. So this is image tag. You have to add src. src means resource here, the path or url where from we have to add this image. src is the resource or the path or the url of the image. This is our main folder Shoofly where we are working now, and I have downloaded these images. Now I'm adding these images, this image folder, images folder I'm pasting it. So for the CEO you can see like this. This is the CEO image and its type is JPG type. So this is in images folder and its name is like CEO and its extension is JPG file type. So I'm saving it and let's see. So you can see we have added an image. Width and height is too long for this website, so I will be adding a style here, and inside style I will be adding width of like 150 pixels. So let's see. So you can see here this whole image is concised within this 150 pixels. So you can see now image is used. I will be adding all these same things in other team members. img tag, their resources are like images / so
This is image for rdesigner.png. So rdesigner.png, and inside style I will be adding width to 150 pixels, and same for John. Images folder, and then the name of the photo or the image, so designer.png. So designer.png file extension name, and is adding same width as I have added in the previous images, 150 pixels. So let's see. So now you can see I have added all these images with the same width on the same line. So I want to add like some break here, some padding here. So I will be adding BR tag for the break of the line. I'm adding twice so that it will be creating some more gap. So let's look good now. We have covered our team section, this one, in the navigation bar, this team section. Now we will be covering about section. So for about, comment here, add comment here, about section. So in this about section, first of all we will be adding div, we will be adding div. I want to make text in the center, so I will be adding class center. So let's see, this class center will align the text in the center. For adding some distance between this about section and this background picture and this navigation bar, I will be adding padding of 100 pixels. Now I'm adding header 2. In this header 2 I will be writing I'm adding header 2 for the text about the company, and then header for key features of the company. I want this about the company, the main title of this section, to be bold, so I will be adding a style. It's basically inline CSS. Font weight bold. So let's see. So you can see here about the company, it is bold like we have added, and you can see the padding here, it's the 100 pixel padding here. Now
I will be using div, and here I will be using bootstrap property, the grid system property, call sm4, as we have used previously in the previous lectures. We have used this call sm4 property, which will divide the whole row into 4 upon 12 part of column. Like this div will be 4 upon 12th part of a row. In this I will be adding image here. So I have downloaded these 3 images, so I'm adding these 3 images in a folder, or main folder, working folder, and then in images. So we are giving resource or the path here in the images folder, and then the name of the image. So it's adjustable.jpg, adjustable.jpg, and then we are adding style, width, pixel, and height. Auto, so it will adjust its height auto as per image height. It will adjust. You can add width auto, but we are giving it fixed for the alignment. Now I will be adding header 2, naming as adjustable, and then for the description I will be adding paragraph tag and saving it. So let's see. You can see here I have added image, then the key features name, and then the description of the key feature, and all the text is aligned in the center. You can see here. Now I will be adding other 2 features of the company, so all the properties will be same. So this time I will be adding roomy.jpg. roomy.jpg, and adding style, width 100 pixel, and height auto. Now header 2 tag for the title, roomy enough. I'm adding description here in the paragraph tag. So I have copied this description from the Google. You can do the same. You can add whatever the description you want. Adding another div, another column for the third feature of the company, mentioning the class call sm4, the bootstrap class, adding the third image and its resource, So now I will be adding stable.jpg, stable.jpg, adding a style, width 100 pixel and height to auto. Now the title of the feature will be inside header to tag stable, and then the description of this. So I have pasted the description. So let's see. This our team is not in the alignment. So first of all, we will be making some space here through break tag. So you can see the man, there is the distance or space between this text and these images are the features. Now we will be adding div class row, and I'm adding this here. So all this will be inside this div class row. Basically this row is a class of a bootstrap, and built-in class of a bootstrap, which will create a row for all these three columns. Okay, and we will do same for this so that the alignment issue is resolved. Class row, I have to end up here this div class. So I'm saving it. So you can see now the compiler was assuming that these both are the same things, like our team and the key features of the company are the same thing, therefore the alignment issue was occurring. So as we have given this the div class row, it will assign a different row to the company and a different row for this class to our team. So now you can see a bit difference. In this lecture we have covered how to add images in HTML, and in the upcoming lecture we will be covering how to add links and the fav icons. In this lecture we will be covering how to add links and how to add icons. So like if I am using this navigation bar, so how can I add like home icon and the shop icon, about icon, with all these navigation tab items as we have added like this style sheet. So I'm typing link. Now I have to give the reference of the image, where my image is stored, where it has to get found. I'm going to my folder, the folder we are working on. These are the images we have added in our website. So I have to add the title image inside this. I have downloaded the title image. So this is the title icon, and I am pasting it here and giving the reference. So this is in images folder. So this is in images folder. Its name is title. Let's see its name and its extensions, like which type of file it is, .jpg or png. Title icon is jpg file /icon .jpg. This link is not the style sheet, this is an icon. So I will be adding icon here and saving it. Now let's refresh the page. So you can see I have added an image in the tab here, image in the tab. You can add other links here. For example, you are adding another style page, like I have added style.css page here through the link, and its type is style sheet, like it's text and css, text or css, but it's a style sheet actually. So I have like this style.css, and I have linked this style.css with this HTML page through link tag inside this head section. I have also added Bootstrap. I will be adding another link for the icons. For adding icons, you need to add a link here, the Font Awesome link here. For this, you have to go to Google and type Font Awesome Syrian link and go to the Get Started with Font Awesome. Go to that website, and now you can download from here. Download from here. I'm downloading the 4.7 version. Let's see. It's a RAR file, so you have to extract file. This I'm extracting this file in my project folder. Okay, so I have previously downloaded, therefore it was asking to replace it or not. I have replaced. I'm going to the folder, so you can see the Font Awesome folder here. There are fonts, you can see here. The CSS properties are here. We will be using this Font Awesome .min for adding this. Type link here, so it's a style sheet, don't worry about that, and type the reference here. The Shoofly folder, it's inside Font Awesome 4.7.0. so I'm copying this slash inside this. I have to go CSS css slash then the name of this control v dot its type, it's cascading style sheet, so dot css. I'm saving it now. You can add this another way, like copy this one. If we are using this, copy this one and paste it here, paste it here inside the main folder, so you don't need to give this all extra stuff. Cut that and save it. But it's a good way that you have the main file font awesome, and whenever you have to need the fonts you can use it font. Whenever you have need of .css files you can use it easily. So we have added the font awesome link here. Now we have to add these icons here inside the navigation bar items, like in home, in shop, about section, and the theme navigation item. Now we will be adding font awesome classes here and the icons name here. For this I will be using itag. Normally itag is used for making any text into an italic form, but it is also used for some technical terms or some technical clauses to be used. I'm using font awesome class here, so therefore I'm using itag. It is used for the technical terms or the classes we use. I'm giving the class. The first thing I will be adding is font awesome fa. Then this is the main thing from which the class will identify which thing I have to add. So it have to add font awesome, then font awesome fix width, font awesome with fix width, fw fix width. Then third thing is font awesome, then the icon name. I am adding home, so I will be adding home here. I'm saving it here and let's see the changes here. Icon is added here in the navigation bar. So if you don't know about the icon's name, you can search on Google font awesome names. You can see here chat sheet. This will describe you all the icons name here, about all the icons which are in the font awesome. You see here, if I'm typing, if I'm searching, for searching use Control F, search for home. You can see here the home icon. So this is fixed width. It's up to you whichever you want to use. If you want to use large icons you can use LG. I'm saving it and let's see here. So this is the large icon. You can use extra large and it's up to you. We will be adding the same icons here in all these tabs. For this shop, I will be adding class, same font awesome with large size, font awesome, and then its name. If I'm going to the style sheet, I'm searching for shopping. Let's see. So this is the shop, shopping bag, shopping cart. So which one? We can use shopping cart. looking good for the shopping. I'm saving it. Now adding another tag, class, same, font awesome with large size, font awesome, and now its name. We can add info in this. Info is the icon we normally use for the information, for the about of anything. Now in the team section we will be using I tag, then its class, same repetition. Now we will be adding the name. So for team we can use, like, we can search for team, so we can type users, we can use this one, the users, and we can also search for contact. There any contact, so we can search for envelope. I'm copying this and will be pasting here. I tag with class, font awesome, large icons, and the name we copied there. I'm saving this. Let's see the changes here. You can see the changes here. Like for the admin side, I will be adding a login here. So I want to copy this register and pasting it here. Name it login. We will be adding reference later on. I'm saving it here, adding an icon here. Its name, like, you can use here user. We were using users there in the team, we can use user here. It's good to go with user. Now for the registration we'll be adding icon here. Let's search for the register icon. Like, this is the register, but this is cash register, so we can't use this one. Registered, this is the another thing, so we can choose any, like the related icon here. If we haven't a register icon, we can use like any icon related to the register, like book. Yeah, this is the good one. address book. It is like similar to the registration or register. I'm saving it, and let's see the changes here. So I want to add this register here and the login here. We are using login for the admin side, for adding data, inserting data, and deleting data, updating data, and all this stuff. We will be doing this part later on, but for the designing side we will be adding now. In float right, so first of all this will be floating towards right, and then this one will be floating right. Therefore this login is in the corner of the right side, you can see here. So we have added the icons here. In this lecture we will be covering how to add links and how to add icons. So like if I'm using this navigation bar, so how can I add like home icon and the shop icon, about icon, with all these navigation tab items, as we have added like this style sheet. So I'm typing link. Now I have to give the reference of the image, where my image is stored, where it has to get from. I'm going to my folder, the folder we are working on. These are the images we have added in our website. So I have to add the title image inside this. I have downloaded the title image, so this is the title icon, and I am pasting it here and giving the reference. So this is in images folder. So this is in images folder. Its name is title. Let's see its name and its extensions, like which type of file it is, .jpg or png. Title icon is jpg file /icon .jpg. This link is not the style sheet, this is an icon. So I will be adding icon here and saving it. Now let's refresh the page. So you can see I have added an image in the tab here, image in the tab. You can add other links here. For example, you are adding another style page, like I have added style.css page here through the link, and its type is style sheet, like it's text and css, text or css, but it's a style sheet actually. So I have like this style.css, and I have linked this style.css with this HTML page through link tag inside this head section. I have also added bootstrap. I will be adding another link for the icons. For adding icons, you need to add a link here, the font awesome link here. For this you have to go to Google and type font awesome Syrian link. and go to the get started with Font Awesome. Go to that website, and now you can download from here. Download from here. I'm downloading the 4.7 version. Let's see. It's a RAR file, so you have to extract file. This I'm extracting this file in my project folder. Okay, so I have previously downloaded, therefore it was asking to replace it or not. I have replaced. I'm going to the folder, so you can see the Font Awesome folder here. There are fonts, you can see here. The CSS properties are here. We will be using this Font Awesome .min for adding this. Type link here, so it's a style sheet, don't worry about that, and type the reference here. The Shoofly folder, it's inside Font Awesome 4.7.0. so I'm copying this slash inside this. I have to go CSS slash, then the name of this, Control V dot its type, it's cascading style sheet, so dot css. I'm saving it now. You can add this another way, like copy this one. If we are using this, copy this one and paste it here. Paste it here inside the main folder, so you don't need to give this all extra stuff. Cut that and save it. But it's a good way that you have the main file Font Awesome, and whenever you have to need the fonts, you can use it font. Whenever you have need of .css files, you can use it easily. So we have added the Font Awesome link here. Now we have to add these icons here inside the navigation bar items, like in home, in shop, about section, and the theme navigation item. Now we will be adding Font Awesome classes here and the icons name here. For this I will be using iTag. Normally iTag is used for making any text into an italic form, but it is also used for some technical terms or some technical clauses to be used. I'm using Font Awesome class here, so therefore I'm using iTag. It is used for the technical terms or the classes we use. I'm giving the class. The first thing I will be adding is Font Awesome FA. Then this is the main thing from which the class will identify which thing I have to add. So it have to add Font Awesome, then Font Awesome fix width, Font Awesome with fix width, FW fix width. Then third thing is Font Awesome, then the icon name, I am adding home, so I would be adding home here. I'm saving it here, and let's see the changes here. Icon is added here in the navigation bar. So if you don't know about the icon's name, you can search on Google font awesome names. You can see here chat sheet. This will describe you all the icons name here, about all the icons which are in the font awesome. You see here, if I'm typing, if I'm searching, for searching use Control F, search for home. You can see here the home icon. So this is fixed width. It's up to you whichever you want to use. If you want to use large icons, you can use LG. I'm saving it, and let's see here. So this is the large icon. You can use extra large, and it's up to you. We will be adding the same icons here in all these tabs. For this shop, I will be adding glass, same font awesome with large size, font awesome, and then its name. I'm going to the style sheet. I'm searching for shopping. Let's see. So this is the shopping bag, shopping cart. So which one? We can use shopping cart. Looking good for the shopping. I'm saving it. Now adding another tag, class, same font awesome with large size, font awesome, and now its name. We can add info in this. Info is the icon we normally use for the information, for the about of anything. Now in the team section we will be using I tag, then its class, same repetition. Now we will be adding the name. So for team we can use, like, we can search for team, so we can type users. We can use this one, the users, and we can also search for contact. There any contact, so we can search for envelope. I'm copying this and will be pasting here. Tag with class, font awesome, large icons, and the name we copied there. I'm saving this. Let's see the changes here. You can see the changes here. Like for the admin side, I will be adding a login here. So I want to copy this register and pasting it here. Make login. We will be adding reference later on. I'm saving it here, adding an icon here. Its name, like, you can use here user. We were using users there in the team. We can use user here. It's good to go with user. Now for the registration, we'll be adding icon here. Let's search for the register icon. Like, this is the register, but this is cache register, so we can't use this one. Registered, this is the another thing, so we can choose any, like the related icon here. If we haven't a register icon, we can use like any icon related to the register, like book. Yeah, this is the good one. Address book. It is like similar to the registration or register. I'm saving it, and let's see the changes here. So I want to add this register here and the login here. We are using login for the admin side, for adding data, inserting data, and deleting data, updating data, and all this stuff. We will be doing this part later on, but for the designing side we will be adding now. In float right, so first of all this will be floating towards right, and then this one will be floating right. Therefore this login is in the corner of the right side, you can see here. So we have added the icons here. This is the normal text, like with the small size we have to increase its size, or we have to make it bold. So if we use the heading 4, it will make it bold also, and make its size increase. So I'm giving here heading 4. Same way here also, and in the email also. I'm saving it, and let's see the changes. So it's looking good actually. Text size is increased, and now text is looking better. Now we'll be adding icons here. FA, large, FA, and now we have to find an icon for address.
or for navigation. So we have icons here. We will search this here. Control F for address, or we haven't any icon with address. We can use map, this map marker, or map marker alt. I'm using map marker here. I'll be giving name here. So let's see the changes here. Now we will be adding another icon for this phone, FA large. It's a simple, so we can use FA phone here. Then this class will be for email, FA large icon, and then FA for email, like you can search email, hope we will find it. We can use infallible, it's same like email. I'm pasting it here, and let's see the changes here in this and refresh it. So you can see the changes here. We have added icon here. It's looking good. Now I also want to add icon here in the send message, and also I will be changing the background color. The black is not looking good here, so I will be removing black from here. The button background color will be assigned to this send message. Now I will be adding icon here. So for icon, adding class FA large FA, and then the send message icon name here. I'm going here, searching for send message. Something like paper aeroplane. Yeah, this is paper plane. This is normally used for sending. I'm saving it here. Let's see the changes here. So it's looking good here now. Even though it's changing its color black, then it's also looking good. And one thing more, I will be showing you that it is not show now, it's a shop now. So it's by mistake. You can change it now. Just make it shop now and save it. So we have converted this show now to shop now. It's good to go with this, all this. Our website is like looking so awesome. Our website is looking good here. I need to add some icons here in the footer for the references purpose. Like you see in the normal website, there are Facebook page link, Instagram page, and other links of the pages. So we will be adding icons here for navigating to Facebook, to any page or any other thing. I will be adding a button here for going to the top. If you click on this, we will be going to the top of the website. So for this, first of all, we have to go to the footer section. We have to add button or anchor tag here, which will divert us to the top of the website. So for now, I'm using anchor tag here,
and I'm not giving any reference here because we will be covering this thing in the upcoming lecture. Now I have to add an icon here. So for icon I will be using class fa large fa, then the icon name. So for going to the top we will be using icon. Is there any icon with top arrow? We can search arrow right, arrow up. We can use arrow up here. To the top, this will be the text, and let's see the changes here. So you see here to the top, but I want this to be like in a button style, so I will be using class here which is called button, which we have used for the previous buttons also. I want to look like this text like a button. I want to see this text to be look like a button, so I will be using class button here, the button class which we have covered, which we have added in the previous two. So you see this button class, we have used this button class in this send message and also in this shop log. I will be using the same class here. One thing I want to add is that I want to decrease the padding. It's not looking good here, so I will be adding 60 pixel padding from each side. Refresh it. Yeah, it's looking good here. And one more thing, like this text size is almost equal to this main title size, so I will be decreasing its size and making it X3 size so that it looks beautiful. We will be changing the website, little bit of changes for the beauty of the website. It's looking good here. Now after this I will be adding icons here, like the social media icons or other links icon through which they will be connected. Going to the footer section, I will be adding a div here. First of all, I will be adding a gap between these, a space between this text and this button type text. So I will be adding a class here. Before adding a class, we have to add a class here, a style here, dot we will be adding a style here, section, and giving it margin from top and bottom. Margin top 16 pixels and margin bottom same 16 pixels.
Saving it, giving it the class section. Inside this div I will be adding icons. So for icon I will be adding a class FA for font awesome FA, then icon size large icon, then FA icon name. So I'm using Facebook here, typing Facebook name, I'm saving it. Let's see here, after refreshing you can see a Facebook logo here or icon here. Now I will be adding other icons, social media icons, same like the above, adding a class FA large FA. I will be adding now Snapchat, and let's see the changes here. I'm copying this and pasting it here. Snapchat, now Instagram, Pinterest, T, LinkedIn, and then Twitter. I'm saving all these, and then Twitter. I'm saving all these. Let's see the changes here. So you can see here we have all icons here. We can add, like if we click on the Facebook, it will divert to the my Facebook page or my Facebook profile. Same on Snapchat, on Instagram, on Pinterest, LinkedIn, and the Twitter. So it's up to you, either you want to add links here or not. It's good to add links here. So now our website is looking much pretty than the previous one. In the next lecture we will be adding links to these, like these icons or these tabs and other these buttons. Also we will be adding links. For example, if I'm clicking on this home, it will divert to the home section. If I'm clicking on this register, it will divert me toward the register.html, means the register file. So these icons are looking good, but I want to increase their size. On increasing their size, I will be adding a class here, large size. I'm saving it. Now I have to create that same large size class here inside .css file, and giving this font size 20 pixels. Like their font size is less, so if I'm refreshing this, you can see the changes here. Now this footer is looking good. In the upcoming lecture I will be teaching you how to add references, or how to navigate from one page to another page, or from one section to another section within the same page. In the upcoming lecture I will be teaching you how to navigate from one page to another page, or from one section to another section within the same page. So we have covered how to add links and the icons. In the upcoming lecture we will be covering how to add links and the fav icons.
In this lecture we will be covering how to navigate from one page to another page and from one section to another section. This whole is the home section, but for example if I'm clicking on about, then I will be navigated to this section. This is the about section. If I'm clicking on the contact section, then I will be navigate to this contact directly. There isn't any need of scrolling down towards this contact section. You will be directly navigated towards this. So let's do it. First of all, we have to give IDs to the section. Basically, ID is the unique key for the section for the understanding. First of all, we have to give ID to every section from first of all we have to give ID to the sections for the navigation or for identifying them. For example, I am giving this whole body. Whole body means this whole website content. This one, this whole from top to bottom is under this body, and I am giving this ID as home. So whenever we are clicking on this home tab, it will navigate to the current website page. You can see the reference here. The reference are always given with hash and then the name of the ID. Reference for the same page are always given with hash and then the name of the ID. For example, I want to navigate within this whole page. Within this whole page, I have to use hash and then the ID name. So you see here, I'm saving it. So let's see another example. We haven't created shop section right now. We will be creating later on. But if we are talking about this about section, we have this hash key then about. So if we are giving this div ID about, this is the same ID about which we are giving here. Let's see it's navigating or not. If I'm refreshing this and I'm clicking on about, then it will navigate me to this section, the about section of the same page. Still we are on a same page. We have to do the same thing in team section. We have to give this ID as a team. I'm saving it. Same goes for ID, contact. So I have given their references here in the team section. If I'm clicking on the team, I have to navigate to the team but within the same page or within the same website's page. If I'm removing hash from here, it wouldn't navigate me to the team section. So it's mandatory to add hash and then the ID name here. If I'm clicking on the contact, it will navigate me to the contact. Let's see, I'm saving here and refreshing my page. So if I'm clicking on home, you see here it's still on the same page because this whole is a home page. If I'm clicking on about, it's navigating me towards the about section. If I'm clicking on a team, it's navigating me towards the team section. If I'm clicking on a contact, it's navigating me to the contact section here. So you see how we can move within the same page through ID and the references. We can add references on this text to the top. So I'm going to the footer. I'm going to footer. Inside this I will be adding hash for navigating. Let's see the changes here. If I'm saving here, I'm refreshing it. I'm refreshing it and going to this. If I'm clicking on this to the top, it will navigate me to the home section, to the main site, to the top of the website. In the upcoming lecture, I will teach you how to navigate from one page to another page. Welcome back. In this lecture, I will be teaching you how to navigate from one page to another page. If I'm clicking on this register, how I will be navigate to another page. Like in the previous form section, we have created a register.html. If I'm clicking on this register, how we will be navigated to register.html page. And same goes for here, how we will be navigated to the social media. Like if I'm clicking on any of these social media icons, I will be diverted to this website's account. Like if I'm clicking on Twitter, I will be directed to the Shoofly Twitter account, and same goes for others. If you want to add links behind these social medias, like if I click on this Pinterest, it will divert you to my profile. You just have to add here an anchor tag here, and for the reference, for example, my Pinterest account I have opened here, so copy this address. Don't go to my profile, actually it's my first year profile, so copy this and paste in the reference. You can save it now, refresh your page. So you can see, if you're clicking on this, you will be diverted to my profile. I have logged in my account here, therefore I'm diverting to my own account. I have to add an anchor tag here, and in the reference I have to paste the reference, the URL I have copied from URL I have copied. Now I'm saving this and let's see the changes here. So if I'm clicking on this Pinterest, you will be diverted to my page, or you will be diverted to my profile you want to follow, or like this. Same goes for the others. You can add the things here. We haven't any page for this website like Shoofly, our website, so we will be adding diverted to only so we will be adding only the main URL of Facebook here, not any particular profile, because we haven't any page for this website or any account of Facebook or Instagram or Snapchat. So just for your understanding purpose, I am adding the things here. I'm copying all this anchor tag and pasting on each social media icon. And closing them here. So this is snapchat.com. This is facebook.com, Instagram, this is the same Pinterest, but this is LinkedIn, and the last one twitter.com. I'm saving it, and let's see the changes here. Go to our main website, refreshing this, and you can see now they all are in blue color because I have added the links. Anchor tag is used for diverting from one page to another page, or from one section to another section. Therefore, it changes the color from any color to blue color. So if I'm clicking on Facebook, it will divert me to the facebook.com because I have given this URL. You can give your profile URL here. If I'm clicking on Snapchat, same goes for Snapchat, and all this until like this twitter.com and all this stuff. Now I have to add a link here for the register. If I'm clicking on this register, it will divert me to another HTML page called register.html, which we have created in the previous videos. So I'm going to register. So I'm going to the navigation menu side. Here I have to give here the reference of the file. I have to give the reference of the file here. So if I'm opening my Shoofly folder, and you can see the register, like this is the register.html file. So they both are in the same folder, so I just have to give the name of the file and dot extension. So this is .html file, therefore I have to give register.html. There isn't any need of giving hash because we are diverting from one page to another page. This hash is for diverting from one section to another section within the same page. So I'm saving this, and let's see the changes. If I'm clicking on this register, it is diverting me to this section. We have covered navigation from one page to another page. Now I want to make this register.html page as beautiful as I can. I want to make that register.html to be look like this, the header part of this website, and then the same form but in a beautiful condition. So I just have to go to Sublime Code text editor and open a file. Which file? Register.html. So we have register.html in the same section. Just open it. Now I will not be adding some extra effort here. I will be just going here and copying this part, this header part, pasting it here inside body. Okay, and I also need to copy these styles. And paste it here inside this style tag. I have opened a style tag, I have to close it. If I'm saving, let's see how register.html looks like. So you can see here I have to add bootstrap file here also, because there are spaces on the left and the right side of this image, and I also have to add other CSS files like style.css and this font awesome. I have to copy all these links and title as well as, and paste it here.
no need of this title. Let's see the changes. We are almost done everything, just need this color shoe fly, like this tagline color, to be white. So for this one, these are the things which were remaining. Text color white. I will be adding this at the end of these. Let's save it. Let's see. Okay, so you see I have done almost everything. This is the main index.html. If I'm clicking on the register.html, it will divert me towards register.html. And now we need some styling for this form, this registration form. But before this, if I'm clicking on this contact, it's not diverting towards contact because we are on a register.html. This is the separate file and this is the separate file. We have given for this navigation tabs like home, team, about, contact. We have given the reference of home, about, like these are the reference which will divert within the same page, but we haven't any section id, about, and id team, id contact, and all this. So we have to add index.html and save it and copy all this. You have to copy this and paste it in every section. So I'm saving now. Now if I will click on this home button, it will direct me to the index.html file, which is this one, the home page. So let's refresh it. I'm on index.html. You can see it here. If I'm clicking on this register, I'm diverted towards register.html. You can see it here. Now if I want to go back to home or any this tab, so I will be clicking on this and I will be diverted towards the main page. This is the diverting from one page to another page. The first thing I will be adding here inside this form is a style. I will be adding padding here, 50 pixels from top and bottom and 16 pixels from left and right. I'm saving it here in the register.html. We have given the padding. Now it's looking better than the previous one. In the previous one there was no gap between this header, like this image, and this form, this registration form. I will be adding a header 2 here, the title of the page, like the registration, or the title of the section, and I will be giving this class center and saving it. By doing this, this registration will be in the center of the page. So we are using style.css in the link. So if we are going to style.css, we are using same style.css file for both HTML pages, register.html and the main page index.html. So if I am going to style.css and I'm searching for the center, you can see
text align center. It will align the text in the center. The next thing, I will be adding style here, font weight. I'm making it bold here and saving it. So let's see, now it's looking better. For this whole form we have created in the form section, we will be using the same technique as we have covered. Go to index.html contact section like this one, and there is the same form we have created and styled. Like I want to show you this form, how this form is looking like. If you go to contact section, like this is the form. We will be creating the same form in register.html by giving it the same style and the same classes. So in this form we have used input class. We are going to style.css and you can see here the input class, this one. It will style our input tags, input fields more beautiful. So we will be using this input class in each input. Add class input. Just copy this and paste. Copy this and paste in every input. And save it. If you see, you can feel the difference here. Now it's looking better than the previous one. One thing more, if I'm changing this registration background color, it will be looking better. With color I also want to add like some space between this text and this input field, so I will be adding a break here. I will be adding gear tag here for breaking a line, and then I have to add a class here, gray color class. We are going to style.cs and let's see here, the gray color class will convert the text color to the black and the background color to this hexadecimal color. Like this is the light gray color. If we are saving it and refreshing our page, so you see here this section's background color is changes to light gray. Now we have to add some styles on submit button, same like we have done in index.html. Don't need to do anything, we have created classes. You can give reference of class here. I am giving button class. So you remember the button class we have used in index.html, this one, the button class. This will style your this submit button in a background color with blue, and the border radius will be a circular type. If you refresh it, you can see it here. And one thing more, I want to see this button in center, so I will be adding a center tag here which will align this button. And let's see, so it's looking beautiful. Hope you enjoyed this lecture. So in this lecture we have covered the navigation from one page to another page,
and from one section to another section. And in the upcoming lecture, we will be covering the introduction of JavaScript. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will be covering the introduction to the database and the PHP and the difference between them. Basically, we have covered HTML, CSS and the JavaScript. So these all are on the front end side. Now for the server side, we will be using PHP. PHP is the hypertext preprocessor. So it is a server side language which is used for calling server actions. For example, we are adding the data, so we will be sending the data through PHP code. And if we are retrieving the data from the server, we will be retrieving through PHP. Now, what is database? Database is the place where we can store our data in a structure form, like in a table or in some pattern. Means we can access that data anytime and anywhere. So this is the main difference between PHP and the database. Now for example, we will be going to the same Facebook sign up page, and if I'm entering email here and the password here and clicking on this login button, PHP code will call the server, and this will check this either this email and the password is stored in the Facebook database or not. Like if I'm adding this all first name, surname and all this stuff and clicking on this sign up, so all the data will be stored in the database, means my email and my password. So this will be first stored there, and when we will be checking this email and this password, it will check from the database that this account is registered or not. So we have covered the PHP and the database introduction and the difference between them. In the upcoming lecture, we will be installing XAMPP or WAMP server, and we'll be creating database and the data table. In this lecture, we will be covering the working of DOM operations in JavaScript.
DOM is document object model. The word object means the elements which are used in HTML, like the tags we are using, the inputs we are using, the outputs we are using, the buttons we are using. All the HTML elements are called object. It is a document object model. So all the operations like adding, removing, deleting, inserting, updating on particular field or particular object is called document object model, DOM. Basically, the document object model means the DOM's functionality is how to add or how to get, how to delete, how to update the element. It's all about the elements of a page. In this lecture, we will be covering some JavaScript DOM operations. So for this, first of all, like we have created this contact section, we will be going in the code section of the contact. So here it is. I am adding a functionality on this send message button. So for this I have to add on click method on the button. So just type on click. You can see here. So what's the functionality of this on click method? Basically, on click method is used whenever we are clicking on a button. Whenever you want to add JavaScript, the good place to add the JavaScript is inside this header tag. Means inside this you can add here. Means inside this head tag you can add, or you can add here. And the best place to add the JavaScript is before the ending tag of body. These are the places where you can add the JavaScript. You can add anywhere inside this body. The good practice is to add before ending of the body and before ending of the head tag. like before the ending of heading means like here or here. For adding JavaScript you need to add script tag. So you see the type is text or JavaScript. Then I'm creating a function. So for creating function in JavaScript you have to type function and then its name. I am calling this my function, and then saving it. So I have created this function. For getting these input values I need to add IDs in this inputs. So I am giving the same ID as their name. Name, email, subject, and then message. I'm saving it. Now I have given all these inputs the ID. They have the unique ID, so we can access them easily. Now the first thing, the basic operation of a DOM is getting the value. So you know what the definition of DOM? Document object model, which is used for getting, deleting, inserting and updating the element. So like this is the input and this is the element. So I want to get this inputs data. For getting this I will be using, first of all I'm using var. Like var is the basic data type of JavaScript which can store integers, numbers, strings. So this is the basic data type which can store anything. You can add the float means like 2.0, integer 1 to 3, string means any numerical data like the text. So I am giving this variable name as name is equal to document dot. Basically in the DOM operation you will be using document dot get element by ID. So what this document dot get element ID's functionality is, it will get the element, like I'm giving this name here. It will reach this element, this input element. Then I'm giving it dot value here. Now first of all, by this document dot get element by ID, it will approach to this element named as name and then will get its value. So this is the basic DOM getting operation. In the definition I was telling you that DOM basic operations are getting the data, adding the data, updating the data and deleting the data from element. So these all are the operations which are done on any element. The element may be like input tag, any text, any button you can say. So this is the basic of DOM, of getting the value of the element. I will be copying this, and I need these 4 values, so I will be pasting it thrice here because I have pasted it above. Just need to change the variable name and then the ID name. Last one is subject. Sorry for the mistake here. Now you have got all this data inside these variables, these 4 variables. You will get the names data inside this variable name, emails data inside this email variable, and same goes for 2 others. Now you can print this data. It's up to you, either you want to print it or not. But how this function will be approached, means how it will be called, where from it will be called. So for this we will be adding on click method here. So this is the basic HTML method we are normally using on a button. Its basic functionality is that whenever we are clicking on this button, on this send message button, this on click method is enabled. So we have to give the function name here. So our function name is my function, so we will be calling this here. Whenever we are clicking on this send message button, we will be diverted to this my function method here. We can print all these variables here, but I want to make sure that you will learn another thing which is called confirm. So you will see the beauty of this. So this is the string, this is the variable name. We will be adding others same like this. Adding message here, message variable here. So this is called the string concatenation, means how you are adding the string with other variables. First of all, this string will be printed, the name, and then the data inside this name variable will be printed, then email, then the data inside this email will be printed. Same goes on for subject and the message. What this confirm do is that it will create a pop-up on your screen, a alert type box there, but it has 2 options, yes or no. So you can agree or disagree. But with this data you can add your data, it's up to you. Like you can say, do you want to confirm this message, yes or no. I'm saving this and refreshing this page. If I'm clicking on this button, this is showing me that there is nothing, any data inside this, nothing inside name, email, subject and the message. So if I'm clicking on OK or cancel, it will show me an error here, please fill out this field.
this is the thing which we have done. The error we were seeing there, please fill out this field, was because of this required text here. If we remove this, the error wouldn't be there. So it's good thing to add this required text for required fields. Now I'm filling these fields. My name Hashir Hussain, and this is my email. My message is, my subject is ABC, and my message is X, Y, and Z. Sorry, a lot of Z's there was there. So if I'm clicking on the send message, you can see here name Hashir, email Hashir Hussain 765 at gmail.com, and subject ABC, message XYZ. So this is the beauty of DOM operation. You can get your data through DOM operations. But one thing more I will be adding is that the name must be on a different line, email must be on a different line, subject must be on a different line, and same for the message. For adding space for a line in JavaScript, we will be using \n, \n, then email, after email \n, then same goes for this after subject. Now let's see here. I'm refreshing this, adding the same data here, Hashir XYZ, my email, and subject ABC. Let's see here. Now I'm clicking on this send message. So let's see here. This way it's looking better. The name on a different line, email on a different, subject on a different, and message on a different line. So it's looking good now. So you can add a new line through \n, but this must be inside a inverted commas. This is the basic gating operation of a DOM. Now if we are moving to register.html, I will show you another operation of DOM. For adding this, first of all I will be adding output tag here. I will be assigning class to this so that it will look like same as the above fields. I'm giving this class, input class, to this output tag. I'm writing time here. Now there is one thing, if you want to add JavaScript within the HTML tags or inside the any HTML, you can use through script tag. I'm using a script tag here. So as we have used document.getElement by RD, so this is for getting the elements value. So this is used for getting the element value. For any output or for any data writing, we can use document.write. This write is used for printing the data or showing the data. This is also a DOM operation. If you want to add anything here, you can add through JavaScript. So you see here we are using HTML, and inside HTML we are using JavaScript. You can add any data here, like any value 1 2 3 4 or today's date. But for adding today's date, there is a built-in function in JavaScript named as date. You just have to type date function and save it. It will show you the current date and current time, and will also show you the standard time. Like if we are in America, it will show you that it's America's time. If you are in India, it will show you that it's India time. If you are in Pakistan, it will show you it's Pakistan standard time. I'm saving it and refreshing it. Let's go to the register. So you see here, this is the output field we have added, and this is the text we have added in the HTML, and this is the data, the whole data inside that script tag, inside that JavaScript tag. This date function will show you the current date, which is Sunday, April 4, and the time, and also it will show you which standard time you are using. So that's it for the DOM operation. You can also work on other DOM operations like deleting the data or replacing the data or updating the data. So we have covered the working of DOM operations in JavaScript, and in the upcoming lecture we will be covering error handling in the form through JavaScript.
Welcome back. In this lecture, we will be doing error handling in JavaScript. First of all, we have to create login screen here for the admin panel. Go to file section, create a new file and save it on the same working folder and name it like admin login.html file. For admin login, we are using the same technique as we have used in the register.html file. We will be copying the same data, this navigation bar and this background image and the header of the website. So I will be going to index.html and copying this all data, the header section of the website, and I'm pasting it here. Close this body, close this body tag and then the HTML tag. Now it's same like as index.html, but we will be adding two fields here, the username and the password for the admin to log in to access the details of the website. I will be copying this and pasting it here, so that if I'm clicking on home button, home navigation tab, it will redirect me towards the main website page, the index.html page. Login dot admin login
.html. We have to add this reference in all three classes in index.html because we haven't added the reference here. So we will be adding admin/admin to login.html and saving it. Same goes here, admin login.html, so that if we are clicking on this login button, it will redirect us towards this HTML file, admin.login HTML file. I'm refreshing this. So let's see if we are on a home page, index.html page, and we are clicking on this login button. You can see here we are redirected to login page. Now we will be changing some code here. So this is the name of our website. We will be making this header 4 and naming it admin. We will be creating two input fields here and a button here. Input, type text, name is username, and the placeholder is same username. Creating another one input field, type password, name is also password, and placeholder will be same password. So I'm making them required. You know the benefit of making them required. If user doesn't add any data in these both fields, there will be an error shown on the screen that please input the data. Now adding another. Now button, its type is submit. This is login button and I'm saving it. Let's see the changes here. We need to add more styles on these fields. For adding styles, like adding a style on button, I will be using class button, which we have used previously, and I am adding all these three on a different line. I'm saving it. Let's see. So all of them are on a different line, and you can see the login button here. It has the same style as we have in the main page. Now I will be making them in the center. So for making them in the center, I will be using center tag. By this center tag, I've aligned all these fields in a center. By using this center tag, I have aligned all these fields in center. So I'm saving this and refreshing this, so you can see here the changes, they all are aligned, and there is some space between username and the password. So you can see here, you can input username, you can add password here, and then log into admin panel. So this is the main admin panel we are creating for admin to access all the data, to delete the data. Now we will be adding some JavaScript for this login page. Like if we are adding incorrect username, it will show us an error, or incorrect password, then it will show us an error. If the username and the password are correct, then it will divert us to another page. So for this we will be adding JavaScript before ending of the body, or before ending of this head tag. So previously we have added before the body tag, now we are adding here before the head tag. I am adding a script tag here for the JavaScript. Now I am creating a function called validation. And inside this function I will be getting username and password from these both fields, the form fields, as we have done in previous lecture, the DOM function. So var username, the variable name, document dot get element by id. Okay, so we also have to give them id. I'm giving this id as a username, and this field id as a password. It's better to give the same name so that you can understand it better for what purpose we are using this field. If like I am using here var username is equal to document dot get element by id, and I am giving it here the username, so you can understand that I am getting the username from the field. So if you are giving like field 1, field 2, it will be creating problem for you. I will be doing same var password is equal to document dot get element by id, and giving here the id of element, which is password. I have given here IDs and I'm accessing them here. Now we will create a logic here. If so, this is the basic checking condition of JavaScript. This if is used for validation or checking purpose. If username equals to null, then I will be checking another condition. If password equals to null, we are creating conditions here. If user doesn't enter username, then what will happen? If user doesn't enter password, then what will happen? If username is null, a user isn't entering the data in this username field, then user will be alert through this alert dialog box here. Please enter username. So this alert will create alert dialog box, and inside this alert dialog box there will be this text, please enter the username, and I'm copying this and pasting it here. If password is equal to null, then user will face this alert dialog box, please enter password. I'm saving this. Before refreshing that screen, I have to add onClick method here on the login button. I'm adding onClick method here and will be writing my function name here, which is validation. You can see I'm added. You can see I have added the validation function here. So on clicking this login button, you will be diverted to this function which is here, which will check if username is empty, then it will create an alert dialog box which will be saying that please enter the username. And the same for the password. Is password is empty or you haven't entered password, it will ask you please enter password. We have to add dot value here. Basically this document dot get element by id will access your element through id, but by adding this dot value it will access its value, and then it will validate that if username is equal to empty, then alert dialog box will be appearing. So I am refreshing here and clicking here. So you see here, this is the alert dialog box. You can say the main difference between alert dialog box and the confirm is that in the confirm you have two options, negative option and a positive option, means okay or cancel, and in this alert dialog box you have only option of okay. So clicking this okay, you also have to enter the password if clicking okay. If I am adding this username and login, then it will show me error that please enter the password. Okay, it's better to add else if here, because this will first of all check if this is true, then it will not go here. If this is false, then it will go here. But if you are using only if, then first of all this will check this, then this will check this. So if we are not using else if here, then it will check every if condition. If it's true or not, this will check. If it's true or not, this will check. So it's better to use else if.
We are done with both these conditions. If username is empty, then it will be alert that enter a username. If password is empty, then it will be alert that enter a password. But what if both username and the password are empty, or username and the password are entered but they are wrong, it doesn't match the conditions? So for this we will be using if here, and inside this if, first of all I will check if username equals to empty and password is equals to empty. For and we use twice this symbol here. This is AND symbol, but we will be using twice here. So this will check if username and password both are empty, then this condition will run. Then it will show us an alert. Please enter username and password. and a terminator here. Now we will be making this else if. First of all, this will check if these both are empty, then this condition will run. Else if these both are not empty, means anyone is empty, then this will check from that if username is empty, then run this condition. If password is empty, then run this condition. We can add more conditions here, like else if username is not equal to admin and our password is not equal to admin, then this will alert that username or password is incorrect. And in the last one, else if these both condition meet, means username and the password is correct, username is equal to admin and password is equal to admin. If username matches admin, so I'm saying that if username matches admin and the password matches admin, then we will be diverted to another page, but this time we are using JS. For diverting in HTML, we were using like anchor tag for diverting, but in this JS we will be using another technique. Basically this AND is used for checking that both the conditions must be true, means username must be equal to admin and password must be equal to admin, then this condition will be true and run. On the other side, this OR is used whenever any of them condition is true, means username is not equal to admin or password is not equal to admin, then this will show that username or password is incorrect. So you understand the basic concept between OR and this AND condition. So far, like diverting from one page to another page in JS, like if username is admin and the password is admin, then it will divert to another page. So I will be using window dot replace dot location, and I will be adding URL here. So use any URL here. I'm going here and like finding out google.com, copying this URL and pasting it here. So I'm saying if username is equal to admin and the password is equal to admin, this will be diverted to google.com. So we are done with these logic conditions here. Now, like we have this username and the password field here, but these both are in default color, means in a white color. So I'm making their background color black so that the value we enter must be shown properly. Like in the password field, whenever I was entering the password, it was like totally white. It was not showing me properly. So for this I will be adding style tag here and making background color black, and I will be adding same here the style tag and then the background color black. I'm saving it and refreshing this and going to login panel. So you can see here now, if I'm entering this admin and password here anything, it's showing here properly. In the previous one this was the white color, so the text color was also white, so these both were like not showing properly. First of all we will try condition checking here. If username and password is empty, like this one, if both are empty then it must show that please enter username and password. So let's check here, both are empty, then it will show please enter username and password. Okay, if username is not equal to admin and the password is not equal to admin, if any of them is true, then this will show this error, this alert dialog box. So I'm making password admin and username anything else like username here. I'm adding Hashir and the password is admin. Login here. Username or password is incorrect. You see here, if any of them will be incorrect, this will show this alert dialog box. So I have added username as admin and the password as admin. So if I'm clicking on this, this must be diverted to google.com, as you can see here, windows.replace location. Okay, so clicking here, it's not diverting because I have some syntax error here. It's not like windows.replace.location, it's windows.location dot replace. Means this Windows location must be replaces with this URL. I'm saving it and let's see. So I have entered admin username and admin password. If I'm clicking on this login button, I will be diverted to this google.com. Clicking on this login button, so you see here I'm diverted to google.com. So in this lecture we have covered error handling in the form through JavaScript, and in the upcoming lecture we will be covering the introduction to PHP and the database. Welcome back. In this lecture we will be covering JavaScript and its uses. Basically, what is JavaScript? JavaScript is a programming language which is used for creating the interactive web pages and the websites. The JavaScript is different from the other programming languages in a sense that in other programming languages, when we are calling some server functions, they hit the server functions. When we are using JavaScript, it doesn't hit every time. Like if there is an user error, it will first of all show user that it's your error. If user handles that error and error is resolved, then it will go to the server side. JavaScript is mostly used in creating dynamic web pages and interactive web pages, and it is also used in creating mobile and the web apps, and also in the game development. So we will be covering some JavaScript function in the web pages for creating interactive web design and the websites.
Like if I'm going to the same page, Facebook sign up page, and I'm clicking on this sign up button, you see here this is showing some errors, that what's your name, what's your surname, and all this stuff. So this is all through the JavaScript here. If I'm clicking on this age, like I'm giving the incorrect data -12, and it will show me an error. Okay, please enter your age. So these all are through the JavaScript. So in this lecture we have covered what is JavaScript and its uses. In the upcoming lecture we will be covering the working of DOM operations. Welcome back. In this lecture we will be covering how to install XAMPP or WAMP server and how to create a database. So we are almost done with like HTML, CSS and JavaScript. For the databases and the PHP, we have to install XAMPP or web server. So go to Google and write down XAMPP server. I am downloading XAMPP here. It's up to you which server you are using. Now download the XAMPP server. XAMPP for Windows. I'm using Windows. So it will be downloaded in a minute or two. Until that I am pausing my video here. I already have downloaded this XAMPP server. So I am copying this and pasting in my working folder. Like this is my software folder, so I'm pasting it here. Double click on this XAMPP server and your installation will begin soon. So if you are seeing like this error, then you have to go to UAC. For going to UAC, so during the installation, if you are seeing this error, use Windows key and then R and type msconfig and click on OK. You can see here in the left corner, left bottom corner here, click OK, and then in the tools go to change UAC setting like this one and launch it. Now you have to make this never recommended like this and click OK and OK here. So if you are seeing this error, if not, then good to go. I'm clicking OK here, next, and you have to install all these again, next. So I have previously this XAMPP working folder, like before installing I have to clean that folder. So I'm going in my PC C folder, XAMPP folder, and I'm like deleting this one. Now you will see it will be okay to go because the previous folder wasn't empty. Mm. So install your XAMPP. I'm pausing this video until the XAMPP is installed. So I have downloaded this and installed. I will be clicking on this finish button. So for language I'm using this one and saving it. So you see here, this is the XAMPP control panel here. So for starting Apache you have to click on start. For MySQL you have to click on the start button, and then for FileZilla you have to click on this start button. Now for creating data table and the databases, go to Google and type local host /php my admin / and click on this. So you can see this is the database panel, this is the php my admin panel, and this is the structure where you can add the databases, where you can add the table. So for creating new database I will be clicking on this new button here and will be giving the database name here. So I am giving this as like related to shopping, like shopping details, and then creating. So your database is created here. This is like shopping details. Now I will be creating a table here. This is my data table. This is the previous one I have created. Now I will be creating a table here. So this is the suggestion, the data table which I had created previously. Now I will be giving this name as customer details, and I will be giving this as number of columns here. I will be using ID and then name, then address, and then price. I will be using here, like I can use 5 columns here. So you can see here, these are the 5 columns here I have to add. The first one I will be giving is ID, then the name, then the address, then price, and the last one is delete. This is used for deleting a record. Like if a user with this ID, name, address and price is entered his data and the data is stored in this data table and we want to delete that, we can use this delete here, this delete column, for deleting the record. ID must be integer and its length must be like, we can give it 3 numbers or 4 numbers, and it must not be null. So this null is used because the data must not be empty, means the ID must not be empty and the name must not be empty. So for name I am using text here, name type is text, and address must be varchar. Varchar means mixing of letters and the text. And for price I will be using this integer. It's up to you, you want to add length or not, but I'm using here 3 digit, and address must be like, you can say 150, and name must be between like 20, you can say. And now you can save here. The name delete is MySQL reserved keyword. Okay, so this is the reserved keyword, we can't use this. So this is like the database, and this shopping details is the database we have created, and this is the data table where our data will be stored. So you can see here, this is the ID, this is the name, address, price, and then the delete button here. Now our database is created. You can see the structure here, like this is ID, this is ID, and its type is integer with 4 length, maximum length of 4, and null yes. So you can see here. So this is the structure of our table. I want to change this, like it must be not null, so I will be saving it and I will be doing it for others too. Price must not be null. I'm saving this. And so we saw the error. This PHP my admin was showing that delete is the reserved keyword. Actually this is the reserved keyword which is used for deleting a record or a column. So I will be using here remove and saving it. Now I will be making this as auto increment. For auto increment I will be clicking on this change, so we can edit this. If I click this on auto increment AI and then save, you can see the error here, incorrect table definition. There can be only one auto column and it must be defined as key, so that we have to make this as a primary key. So for this I will be going here and clicking on this more button and making this as a primary key. Do you really want to execute alter table customer details add primary key ID? I'm clicking this OK, and you can see here this is the primary key. Now I can make this as auto increment here and save it. Our ID will be auto incremented as we create the records here. So in this lecture we have covered the installation of the XAMPP and creating the database and the data table, and in the upcoming lecture we will be covering get and the post methods. Welcome back. In this lecture we will be covering get and the post method in PHP. So before starting get and post method, let's see our website. So it's looking better now, but we have to add one section, this shop section here. So for adding shop section, I'm in index.html. Now I will be adding shop section here. I'm adding comment here for the shop section. First of all I will be adding the main div here and giving this class as container fluid. So we have discussed about this container fluid class in the previous lecture. Now I will be adding another class here, text align, which will align text towards center, as we have given this class in style.css. Now I will be giving this ID as shop and padding. For padding I have to add styles here and then give it padding. I'm giving padding 100 pixels from each side. I'm saving it. So whenever we are clicking on this shop, we will be diverted to this shop section. Now I will be adding header 2 for the title of the section. I'm giving this our collection and styling it as we have done in previous sections, like font weight bold. We are done with our this title section. I will be adding br tag for some space here, and then I will be adding a div class as a row.
go to the working folder, like where we have created this index.html and register.html, and we have added the images. So I will be like going to desktop, and this is my Shoofly folder here. So first of all, I will be adding these images. These are the images I have downloaded. So I will be using these images in the shop section with their price and the tagline. So I'm selecting all these, and I'm pasting inside this Shoofly folder, and in the images folder I'm pasting it here. Now this whole Shoofly folder is the working folder, so I have to copy this folder and go to local disk C where you have installed your XAMPP folder, and go to local disk C where you have installed the XAMPP. I'm going here, and you can see in the last there is a XAMPP server. I'm opening this, and inside this you have to go to htdocs folder. You can see here this is htdocs, and paste it here. So you see here, first of all I copy this my Shoofly folder. I copy this my Shoofly folder, this one, from the desktop, and you have to copy the folder where you have created this working folder and paste it inside this PC and local disk C, and then the XAMPP, and then the htdocs, and paste it here. Because we are working on a PHP, therefore I have to add this folder inside this htdocs and the XAMPP server. Like previously we were running this folder from the desktop. Now I will be adding its URL here in the Google, like local host, and then the folder name. So I have pasted here inside this htdocs the folder name you have added. I have pasted it here, Shoofly. So I will be adding localhost Shoofly, and inside this there is index.html, the main file we have created. So that was the reason I was telling you to add the main file name is index.html. Slash index.html. This is giving me the suggestion because I have already worked on this HTML, and click on this. So you see here localhost Shoofly index.html. Now you can work accordingly. It's up to you how you can work. Now I will be adding shoe section here. So for this I have to go Sublime, I have to make this center. So sorry, I was adding this center property here on this div. I have to add this center, text align center on this title of the session. So I will be removing this one, center, from here, and will be adding text align center here, so that our collection, this title of the session, will be in the center. I'm saving it, and let's see the changes here. Refresh it. So you can see here this is our collection here. Now I will be adding image here, but before adding image I have to add a div here. And give it a class called sm4, as we have added these classes in this about section, and you can see like this one. I have to add image of the shoes here. In the src I have to add these images which are in XAMPP h3 docs, and in this shoe minus fly folder. First of all, I am adding this shoe one, which is .jpg file, but it is inside this images folder. So images shoe one .jpg and save it. Let's see the changes here. So you see here, now I will be adding h4 price, and I want to make this like $99. I'm saving this. So you see here it's looking good, but I have to add some properties here so that it will look like better. I will be adding a span here, and inside this span I will be adding this one, the price. Span is used to add some properties on particular area. For example, I have to add some properties on this $99. I don't want to add these properties on this price, so I will be enclosing this $99 inside this span, and will be adding some properties. Like here I can add class here, I can add style here. It's up to me which thing I am adding here. So I am giving this class, and I will be making a class here named as shoe color, and making font size 30 pixels, and color red, font weight bold. I want to look like this. This $99 must be a bigger than this price, and must be a bold and in a red color. So I will be adding class here named as shoe, which was the name shoe color. I'm saving it, and let's see. So you see here, this is the beauty of span. We can make this like glass center, so that this all the content inside this h4 means this $99 and this price text must be in the center. I'm saving it. So this is in center, but this image is not fully centered, or you can say not fixed. So I will be adding some properties on this image. Class shoe image. So this is my class name. I will be adding this class here. Dot shoe image, and width 200 pixels, height 300 pixels, and the last one, object fit So this is the property which is used for object fitting. For example, we have image and we want to see it, how it will look like, how it will fit in a frame. So we will be using this object fit property. I'm using it content here. So you can make your object to a cover, but it will be like extra size, as we have used background image here in our home section. Now we will be using object fit as content, means it must be fit inside its containing. I'm saving it. For example, this is like of call sm4, it must be fit inside this call sm4 in this content. And now we are done with this image and the price section. Now I will be adding a text field here with the name and another text field with the shipping address. So for that I will be creating a form here, and inside this form I will be creating an input field, type as text and name as name, placeholder as name, and then I will be adding beer tag here and another input. This is also type text and name is address, and the placeholder is shipping address. So I'm saving it and let's see the changes here. They both are in the center, and I will be adding another break here for more space. So it's looking better now. I will also be giving them IDs. I'm giving this name and giving this input ID as address. We are giving them IDs so that they can be accessible easily. Actually, we are accessing them in this get and the post method. In the last, I will be adding beer tag here and a button here named as buy. So let's see here. I need another break here, and I will be assigning this buy button class as button. We have used this class, so it's looking better. I want this button not to be like this blue color. I want its background color to be red, so I will be adding style here and background color red. I'm saving it, so it's looking better now. It's looking better. Now I will be adding PHP code here. So I will be adding action here. Action is used when we are like submitting a form or adding some functionality. So what it will do? So I'm adding that whenever a submit button is clicked, it will direct to insert.php. So this is the file I will be creating here. New file, saving it here in the same folder. Remember to add these things in this htdocs and your working folder. Our working folder is this ufly, so I'm naming it is insert.php. Just for now I'm adding HTML tag here only, and I have saved it. Now you can see whenever we are performing any action on this form, inside this form elements, this action must be applied on insert.php. I'm also adding method, so you have to add method here. It's up to you, you are using post or get method. I'm using post method here. You can use get, they both work very well in PHP, so I'm using post method here, and I will be adding this button type is submit. I'm saving it, and I will be copying this, not this whole div, and pasting it here. So I have pasted it. Now we have 6 sections, 1 2 3 4 5 6. I will be just changing their price and the image name here. I'm giving this 2 3 4 5 and 6. So this is class must be the same, and this class will also be same. I'm changing their price here. I'm making them randomly, so don't worry about that. I think it's good to go. I'm saving this and we'll be refreshing here. So you see here, this is the shop section and it's looking better. So if we click on this shop section, we will be diverted to this section. So let's reduce some padding from top, like making this padding as 50 pixels. So let's see here. I'm clicking on this show button. Now it's good here. Actually these buttons are visible and it's looking better now. So this is the shop section here. Now I will be adding some PHP code here. So this is the basic syntax of PHP. Inside this you can use or add any PHP code here. So first of all, I will be getting these elements like this input, the name, and then the address. So for getting this I will be using a variable here. First of all, for adding variable, use $sign and then the variable name, means name. Dollar name means this is the variable dollar
identify that this is the variable. Now I will be using dollar underscore post, and then inside this post I will be adding the ID of the tag. This one, its ID is name, and you can see here the method is post, so therefore we are adding underscore post here. If we were using get method, first of all we have to add here method is equal to get, and then dollar variable name is equal to dollar underscore, then get here. Inside this I will be giving the ID name, means the name, and the second variable is address is equal to dollar underscore post, and then ID is address here. Copying this and pasting it here. So we have stored two items or two inputs data inside this variable, inside a new file or inside a new .php file, so we can access them here. Now these both were in a different file and we can't access them, so for accessing we have used this post method here.
So in this lecture we have covered get and the post method. In the upcoming lecture we will be connecting the database. In this lecture we will be covering the connectivity of the database.
First of all I will be making connection with the database. So for making connection I will be using dollar is for variable. I'm saying that this is connection is equal to new MySQLi. So this is the variable name here, $con. Dollar is for variable name initialization, and this is variable name is equal to new MySQLi. Means we are connecting a new database here, and we have four things here. First one is server name, so we are using localhost here, as you have saw in the URL in the Google Chrome, and then the username here, and then the password, and in the last the database name. So we have root username, so this is the default username. These three are the default username, like this is localhost for the server name and root for the username, and password is empty here, so we have to add the database name here. I'm going here and our database name is customer details, like this one, and I'm adding it here. I'm adding a comment here for your better understanding. This is server name username, this is password, and then this one, the database name, you can see. So we are making the connection here. Now we will create a condition here. If this variable $con, if this variable approaches to connect error, so you can see here, this is the like default in PHP, means if this connection approaches to connection error, then this must be die here, means no proceeding further. If this connection is not making connection with the database with this username and the server name and the password, so it must be die here. So during die, what it must show? It show connection error, and then $con connect error, means it show that it's a connection error and it must show the error value here.
So in this lecture we have covered the connectivity of the database. In the upcoming lecture we will be covering the inserting of the data in the database. Welcome back. In this lecture we will be covering the inserting of the data in the database.
If this passes, means if the connection is establishing here with its database, then it will be inserting values here. So for inserting, go to this localhost /phpMyAdmin/ go to this SQL. So these are the queries here we will be using during this inserting, deleting and retrieving operation. So for inserting, if I'm clicking on this, so you can see here insert into customer details, means this is the table name and the column values are here also, you can see. So I am simply copying this. So it's a good practice to do this. Go to localhost phpMyAdmin and copy the related query. For example, if I'm inserting, so I will be using inserting query here and I will be pasting it here. $SQL is equal to this one, so it must be inside this double quotation, insert into customer details. So IDs are too incremented, so I'm not adding it here, and name value is like this $name. They must be inside this commas, and then the address is this one, dollar address, then the price. So for price we have to add another input here, so we don't have to need to add this. So I'm just adding price here. I'm adding a fixed price here, so I'm making this what about $99. So there is some need of work here to add, so I'm not adding here the price tag here. I'm giving them a fixed price here, and inside this I will be adding remove here. So this is the fix. Whenever they are clicking on this, they will be like an operation for the removing of the whole row. I'm saving it, and one thing more, I'm copying this one if condition here and pasting it here. If this one is query, so if query equals to true, which query this $SQL is equal to true, then it will show us echo new record created successfully, else echo error colon dot $SQL dot this one dir tag, and then dot dollar com, and then error. I'm saving it, and let's see the changes here. Hope this will work here. So if we will be adding something here, it will be shown here in this database. I'm refreshing this and adding name as Ashir and address is 129 Street 2 KHI blog, and etc. If I'm clicking on this Y button, so you see here warning MySQL constructor unknown database customer details. So let's see here. So you can see this is showing me an error that there isn't any customer details database. I'm going here and let's see. So this customer details is a table name. We can insert data into a table, but this is the database name here. I'm copying this and pasting inside this the database name, and let's see the changes here. So you see here new record created successfully. I'm going to this database and refreshing it here, and go to browser. So you see here there are two records with Ashir 192 Street 2 KH block, and the price is 0. Why this is 0? Because we have set it $99 and the price is in number. So this time you will see the changes here. You can see the price here, it's 99. So you can see now 99 is in price. In first two there is 0 because I was adding dollar sign here and the type of price was integer. You can see here this price is integer. You can see here this is integer, and we are not seeing the remove value because I have set it integer. So I will be changing this remove type. It must be a text. So this time whenever we are adding, you can see a new record created successfully. Now if you will be refreshing this, you can see here this is remove here because I have changed its type from integer to text.
So we have covered the insert operation in the database. In the upcoming lecture, we will be covering the show operation or the retrieving of the data from the database. So in this lecture, we will be covering the retrieving of the data from the database.
Welcome back. In the previous lecture, we have inserted the data in this data table. Now in this lecture we will be showing the records, means these all records on our page here. Like we will be creating a new one for this, but we will be showing on this website page here. First of all, like whenever user is entering this name and this detail and clicking on this buy button, so this is the line we are normally using for the database administrator or the admin side. New record created successfully. For the user, I will be making this like your shipment details has been added. We will get back to you soon. So like this is the good line, I think so. I'm refreshing this. You can see here it's looking better now here. Now I will be adding br tag here inside this body, and after this PHP, and then I will be adding an anchor tag here which will divert me to the index.html. Go back. So this is the text here. Whenever you will be clicking here, you will be directed to the index.html page. I am saving it, and let's see here. So I will be adding another br tag here for some more space. So you can see here, whenever like user is entering name and the address and clicking on this buy, this screen will be visible to him that your shipment details has been added. We will get back to you soon. So this is the text here, informative text, and when you will be clicking on this go back button, this will divert you to the main page, the index.html page here. Now inside this I will be adding some code on this login, means this admin login.html. So for this I will be opening this admin login here, and you can see some conditions here. So in the previous lectures
we have done this else if condition. If username is equal to admin and the password is equal to admin, it will divert to the google.com. so in this case I'm not doing this. I'm cutting this else condition, this else if condition. And now, as you know, in this index.html page, in these images we have added action, means action on the file insert.php and the method post method. So we will be doing same here in this admin login. I'm adding form tag here, and ending it here. Now on this form I will be adding action and then method. I'm using post method here, and in this action I will be like using a new file which will be like login.php file. So whenever we are clicking on this submit button, this login button, we will be diverted to this file. We will be diverted to this login.php file here. So login.php here, and I'm saving it. Now we will be adding HTML tag here, and inside this HTML I will be adding PHP here. So you can see this is the PHP tag here. I'm saving it. Now I will be assigning this variable name, the username, so go to admin login.html. so you can see the ID here we have given for accessing. So I will be accessing this username through post method as we have given here in the login.php file, and in the admin login.html file I have given this method here, post method. Now I will be adding it here, and I'm copying this and pasting it here. This is password and its ID is also password. In this PHP I'm adding a condition here: if $username equals to admin and $password equals to admin, then it will divert us to the new page where the admin can see the records or delete the records from there. So if username is equal to admin and the password is equal to admin, then this PHP code block will divert us to the databases, to the admin part where admin can see all the data and delete the records there. So for this I have this line of code and then exit. When username is equal to admin and the password is equal to admin, it will divert us to the localhost shoe fly. So whenever username is equal to admin and the password is equal to admin, this header section will be replaces with this one. So this is the header method, the built-in method of the PHP. Through this method you can navigate from one page to another page. So I'm using location. So this is the built-in. Here you have to use location and then the URL here. So we have localhost shoefly and this is the shop.php. I will be creating a new file here and saving this with show.php. Okay, so this is show.php here. For showing data here, I'm saving it.
When we are clicking on this login button, and I'm adding username as admin and the password as admin, so we will be diverted to the show.php. You can see here show.php. Now inside this show.php I will be getting all the data from this database, this one shipping details, and especially from this data table, and will be showing there. First of all, I have to connect the database here because this is a different file and we have connected in this insert.php file, but this one was the different file. So I will be copying this and pasting it here. Now I have to remove this one and also these thing here. For retrieving all the data, I will be first of all going to this localhost /php myadmin/ and I will be going to this SQL because I want to query all the data from there. So this is select static, which will fetch all the data from this table. Static is used for all. And there is another query which is select, which will give you a different columns and a different values, so you can edit them. If you want 4 columns, you can make them 4. If you want 3 columns or any particular column. So I'm copying this. I've copied this query and I will be pasting it here inside double quotation. And then semicolon. Now this is select ID, name, address, price, remove from the customer details. So this will show all the records because we haven't given any condition here. We can give condition here like where name equals to Hashir. So you can make this where clause here, but I don't need this. So for this I will be removing the extra stuff here and saving it. Now we have retrieved ID, name, address, price and remove from this table. Now we will be checking that this query is running or not. For this I will be initializing result variable. $result is equal to this connection here, the database connection, then approaches to query, and then this SQL query. So inside this result variable. First of all, this will connect this database and then query this $SQL variable, means this select whole query. Now we will be checking if result or result approaches to num rows, then it's true, else it will show 0 rows. So first of all, this will check if result contains something, means some data inside this table, this customer details table, or it will check result contains some number of rows, then this code will run. Otherwise this will show 0 rows. So this is the basic condition here for the checking. For showing data, I will be using table here. In the HTML, you can use table here. In HTML, like table tag, and then inside this table you can add table header and then table row, etc. So we will be using this same table of HTML in PHP. It will work same like it is working in the HTML, but the syntax is somehow different. So for adding table, you have to use echo. Basically this echo is used for the printing purpose, and inside this string you will be adding table tag here. I will be adding table tag here. It's same like HTML, but we are printing this table, so we will be using echo, then double quotation, then inside that quotation you have to add the tag here. Like this is the table tag here, which will create a table. I am adding table row here, and then adding this table row. Inside this table tag we have table row tag, which is used for creating a row, a complete row. Inside this table row we can use TT or TH. TT is for table data and TH is for table header. So whenever you see the table, there is like heading in the first row, which is called table header. So for adding heading here, I will be using table header. The first heading I want to add is ID. I'm copying this one, so I need ID and then the name, then the address, and then the last remove. This one is name, then the address, then remove. So you see here I have created a table, and inside the table I have created a row. Inside this row there are 4 headings named as ID, name, address, and this remove. So this is the basic formation of table. Now for adding the data here, I will be adding a loop here. Why I am using loop? If you go to this table like this customer details table, you can see there is lot of entries here, around about 17. You can see in this ID section there are 17 entries here. So we will be printing them through a loop here. So for adding loop, I am adding while loop here. Inside this while loop I am using dollar row is equal to dollar result, means this one, the result from the query we have get it, means the records approaches to fetch source. So this is the built-in method here which will fetch each row here. Now I will be using TD here for the table data. So TD is for the table data, and dot this dollar row, the variable inside this our data is stored, and then the ID means a table data will be created here. Before adding table data I have to add table row here. Each time a new row will be created for each record. And then dot table data. So this dollar row ID will print the rows ID here. For example, we are going with first row, it will print the first row ID, and then the loop iterate itself, then it will be printing iteratively like the 1 ID, the 2 ID, the 3 ID, and so on until our these records finishes. So I'm copying this and pasting it here. ID, then the name, then this address, then this price, and the final one we have remove here. So I have to add a price head here, heading, which I was missing here. So I'm copying this one and pasting it here. I'm saving it. Let's see here. So you can see here we have ID, name, address, price, and this is the remove. So we have retrieve all the data from this data table here, but I want to make this data table a bit beautiful and with a bit some office space there. So go to your show.php file. So first of all I will be adding a style tag here. First of all I will be adding styles here. Text, line, center, and then padding 50 pixels from all sides. I'm saving this and refreshing this file, so you can see the padding here. And text is also aligned in the center. Now I will be adding a width here, width of 100%. You can see this table is covering like left portion of the screen, there's some portion of the screen. So for covering this whole screen I will be adding width 100% and I'm saving it. So let's see here. So this data is in center and with 100% width and the padding 50 pixels from each side. Now I want to make this table to be in a bordered form. So I will be going to show.php and I will be adding style tag here, and inside this style I have to give borders to these table rows, means these table headings and the table datas. So I will be adding table header comma table data and will be assigning them border of 1 pixel of size. Style must be solid and color is black. I'm saving it and let's see the changes here. So you can see here it is converted into a table here with a border of 1 pixel, solid, and the black. You can make it dotted. You can feel the difference here. So now table is in dotted form. We can change its color from here. So it's now in red color. We can change its size also. So you can feel the difference here. I'm making this back to the original position. 1 pixel solid and I'm making this color red. It's looking better. So I'm making this red color here. Now you can see the table here. It's looking good, but I want to add some padding between this text and these columns here. Means this table headers and inside this table data I want to make some padding from all four sides, from left, from right, from up and from down. So I will be adding padding and making it 3 pixels. So let's see and save. So you can see here it's looking better now. I'm cutting this BR tags because we have tables adding here. This one 50 pixels from each side. So now it's looking better here. We can add some title here like shopping details. I can make this inside header true tag. And then I will be copying this property. First of all I will be copying this all, and then I will be cutting this one. I need this text to be aligned center. So let's see here. So you can see here this is shopping details and its line is center. I'm removing some padding. I'm making it 30 pixels. So it's looking better now. Shopping details and the go back button and this whole table.
So we have covered the retrieving of the data from the database, and in the upcoming lecture we will be covering the delete operation. Welcome back. In this lecture we will be covering delete operation in the database.
So we have this show.php. Through this we are showing our database here. I have created these extra records here to show you that how these records are looking in this data table. So we have used database here and we have shown these database elements and the columns through this data table. Now I will be making this remove column, means whenever user will be clicking on this remove button in front of the ID, you can see, so this is number 1 ID, and if I'm clicking on this remove, this whole record will be deleted from here. So for this, first of all I will be going show.php, and inside this you can see this is the column remove, which we have added as a text, same as a remove text. So I will be adding some tags here. First of all I will be adding anchor tag here. So that if I will be clicking on this remove button, I will be diverted to another page. Then I will be getting the ID of the row. Basically this is the primary key and this is the unique one, so it will be better to use this ID because it is unique. So always use those elements which are unique, like this one, the ID column here, this is the unique, this is auto increment, and this is the primary key of this table. When this remove button is clicked, it will divert to a new file here. So first of all I will be creating a new file here, naming as delete.php. Always remember to use these files inside this htdocs showfly folder, and I will be giving the reference here. Means delete .php. So it will divert to delete.php, but I also want to throw this id, the unique key, with this remove button. So I will be using question mark id is equal to command dollar row id, means this one, and then comma again. So first of all, make these double quotations into single one. Only these ones. I had removed double quotations and converted into a single quotations. Now if we will be clicking on this remove, we will be diverted to delete.php with id is equal to the current id of the user. So I will be going to delete.php now. Now first of all, I will be connecting this database here, and I will be ending this like here. Getting the id I have passed there, so id is equal to dollar underscore get, and then the id. So one of the main difference between get and the post is that the get is normally used for getting the data and the post is used for the posting the data. So here we have to get the data, like from this show.php. Here id is equal to row id. Now I will be getting the data through this get method here. Now I will be adding a query here. So for query, dollar SQL is equal to, we will be copying the query from the database, like from here. I'm refreshing this and I will be going to this SQL. I will be clicking on this delete and copying this. Make sure your query is in double quotation. I will be adding where class here to make it specific that what to delete. Basically this delete from customer will delete all the data inside the customer table, but if I'm making this where class here, means it will delete the specified thing. So where id, means the id column, is equals to this dollar id, the id we have get it from the show.php. This connectivity, if this database connection approaches to query
which query this query $SQL equals to true, then there will be an echo that the record is deleted. We can also add the ID of the record here, the record with ID means this ID is deleted. So this will print if the query is true, means we have some record and it is deleted, then the query will show that the record with this ID is deleted. And in the else condition, it will show an error. Error means which error? The SQL error. And then the break here, and then this connectivity error. So if it is true, then this statement will be shown, else error, the SQL error, and then the connectivity error, both will be shown here. So I am saving it and let's see here. So we are here. After this else condition, I will be adding dr tag here, and then I will be adding an anchor tag which will show that go back, and I will be going back to show.php where all the data will be shown. I am saving this and let's go to this show.php. So you can see here these all are anchored. So if I am clicking on this, this is now clickable. I'm 13 Ankit. So you see here there is an error in this is deleted on line number 15. So line number 15 we are missing this dot here. I'm saving it and let's refresh this one. So the record with ID 13 is deleted. I'm going to back. You can see the previously there were 13 records, now it's 12. The 13 one is deleted. So this is all about the database creating, showing and the deleting. So we have covered the delete operation in the database, and that's all for the web development course, and hope you enjoyed this course. Thank you.